was, Lexi was present, Dan was present.
I was not present
You
for
were
this.
not present?
We don't have a
I
quorum,
don't believe we have a quorum to make a vote on the minutes of March 20.
so we'll
Seventh,
postpone
so-
that until next meeting.
That is correct. A couple housekeeping items. The next ZBA meeting is scheduled for the 22nd.
Cindy, do we have anything coming up on the next calendar date? Okay.
Okay, now moving on to staff updates.
Is this thing on? It is. Thank you, Acting Chairman and members of the Zoning Board of Appeals. I just wanted to introduce our new staff planner. Dan has been with us for a couple of weeks now. It seems like an eternity, but you haven't met him yet, so it could only have been a couple of weeks.
Well,
But Dan is here as a senior planner. We stole him from the town of East Hampton. And so Dan hit the ground running. He was before the planning board last week, was it? Yeah. Last week. So Dan was before the planning board last week, and tonight he'll be here helping us out with the ZBA
great.
matters. So I did want to introduce Dan. I don't know, Dan, if you have anything you want to say, if the boards want to ask you anything, but you can have the microphone for a
You
couple of
haven't
minutes.
run yet, so we'll keep you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh no, yeah, just pleasure to be here with you guys and to meet you all, and
Absolutely.
really looking forward to working with you all. It's a cool place, be here and be part of this.
Great.
So
Well, pleased to have you.
Welcome.
Thank you
Nice to
very
meet you.
much.
Of course,
Looking
nice
forward
to
to
meet
it. Thank you.
The next thing I wanted to do, which might take up a little bit of time if you have questions, is to just let you know what the department is involved in right now with the planning board. Among many things that we're involved in, we are reviewing the steep slope parameters for the village. The village does not have an ordinance for steep slopes. Accommodated, or the issues and the investigations and the analysis of slopes is accommodated through the State Environmental Quality Review Act process. That part of the code is 129 in the Village of Port Jefferson Code, and it does have a couple of trigger mechanisms related to slope and the size of retaining walls, which are related to slope, which gives the regulatory boards the latitude to review steep slopes. Do, though, is provide any kind of guidance. So we've been working with the planning board. We looked at the village of Northport. We looked at various towns throughout the county.
We also have to see what is presented today, because as Mark noted in all of the previous meetings, that
He didn't meet his financial.
he didn't meet the financials, the traffic studies, none of those things were submitted with full detail when they were requested, so that's what we're expecting to see in today's meeting as to whether or not he's providing.
Stated and you didn't give us what we're looking for. You could just say, thank you very much.
Yeah,
and
make
you
the
can
record.
Go into your deliberations and you can see.
Yeah,
Let's see, in the applicant's letter,
Yeah,
he doesn't. This is
I didn't have an opportunity to read that one.
Uh,
Sorry, the applicant's response. I haven't had an opportunity to review that.
you have it?
I do have it now, paper, hard copy, yeah. But one of the recommendations around, there is a recommendation in here.
where, in what?
From section 2, or from
section
part
is-
2 from staff,
is-
yeah.
If we go, or, right, of course, yeah, that's presumed.
Everything is
Yeah, it's gonna get,
if then,
it's gonna get a lot bigger.
it's all if then.
We have 62 days to make
Had
it.
the
Yeah,
62
but we
days,
could,
but we
you
don't have
don't
to.
have.
Ready?
We're gonna be bringing these up.
Thanks, Mom. Knock me down.
No, you're here. But you never got put up correctly.
Huh?
You were never put up correctly.
Left you lying down. It's okay, I can't see nothing. The wires underneath that seat drive me crazy.
Yeah, it's like,
I get caught in my phone wires.
yeah, I just did, that was true. Oh, wait,
I figured.
there's gotta be a better way.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the April 24th, 2025 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to ask everyone to please make sure that your cell phones are on silent. We have two applications on the agenda for this evening, both related to the same property. And I'll read them through right now. The first is Appeal ZB 009-24, Suffolk County Tax Map 0206-0130-0500-01800. The zoning is PO Professional Office, and the location is the west side of Belterre Road, approximately 220 feet south of Princess Tree Court. The property owner is Thomas Carraro, trustee of the Natoli Supplemental. The applicant is Arian Nawaz, and the contact is Arian Nawaz. Description: proposed two-story, 10-unit apartment building with basement. And the action is a public hearing for a proposed use variance. Pursuant to Village Code Section 250-17A, the proposed apartment building is not a permitted use within the PO zone. The applicant requests to allow apartments as defined within Village Code 250-9. The next application, also for Belterre Road, is Appeal Number ZB 0010-24, Suffolk County Tax Map 0206-0130-0500-01800. The zoning is PO Professional Office. Again, the location is west side of Belterre Road. Same property owner, applicant, and contact. This description, or action, is for a public hearing for proposed area variances. Pursuant to Port Jet Village Code Section 250, Attachment 2, Bulk and Parking Regulations for Non-Residential and Mixed-Use RO Structures. The applicant requests the following variances. A lot area requests of 21,998 square feet, where 40,000 square feet is required. Lot depth requests 171.42 feet, where 175 square feet is required. A front yard setback request of 10 feet, where 40 feet is required. And parking requests 14 spaces, where 15 are required. For everyone's awareness, this is a continuation of a public hearing that we have already held. We will allow the public to make comment if they wish. I would ask that if you do come up and speak, only speak if you have something new to share, if you've spoken in previous sessions. and then we'll give the applicant an opportunity to respond. So with that being said, we have a couple people who have already signed up to speak. So I'll invite them up now. When you come up, just please make sure you're sworn in first. So the first person here is Eric Sexton.
I spoke at the last meeting. I'm also a resident directly behind this. We don't want this. Everyone at Princess Street Court doesn't want it. The people on Piccadilly Court do not want it. And the people south in the medical office don't want it. All of them spoke last time and said this. One of the big problems you have is there is a lot of traffic on that road. Contrary to what the engineer said last time, the traffic here is very dense, especially early in the morning, like 7:30 to 8:30, 9 o'clock when all the school buses come by, and basically from 2:30 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, the problem is if you look at that piece of property, the grade is not 25 degrees as the engineer said. It goes 40 and 50 degrees, 60, 70, 80, 90. The flooding that goes on Piccadilly Court, and I represent them as well, they've had major flooding there. The retaining wall that was put up is not sufficient on the south side and on the east side. If you take a look at our area, the rear property of all the people that face south is eroding. You put this unit in, it's going to make it worse. The village now has a problem. They're aware of this issue. They let this building go through. They're going to be involved in lawsuits when damage happens to any of our properties, including Piccadilly has the same thing. Now you have to realize under 249 of the code, this is not allowed. When you have ZBA work done, the problem is he wants everything done. He doesn't meet property size. He's half the size of that's necessary according to law. If you take a look at the 171, that's a corner, because the property runs on an angle. So the south side of the property is only maybe 150, so he needs 25 more feet on that side. He doesn't have area, which is 125. He doesn't cover that. He wants everything on this. This is, as your ex-member said last time, this is not a buildable lot. This is a dangerous lot, and he doesn't care. He says he has a hardship. He has a hardship only if he buys a property. He's a contract vendee right now. If he walks away, he has no problem. He just wants to make money. He wants to put a residential area in this problem. Now, the problem is that according to variances, most of the time you can give a variance if there's some compliance. There's none on his part. The use will make the area, you can't see traffic coming from the south. You can't see property from my area coming from the north. That'll make it even worse putting a big apartment building there with a 10-foot setback. 10 feet basically is from this corner of this table to there, to the road. Nobody can see anything. The applicant does not care about his neighbors, everything he's doing. Secondly, when you want to change a zone, it doesn't mean you have to get something that's totally not compatible with the zoning. This would have to be to the village board for a change of zone, because it doesn't apply on a PO. There's no thing basically even that you can do as a ZBA to give something that's not compatible. And again, you're putting the village in jeopardy by passing this. Secondly, you have to realize that zoning laws are applied for one reason. When the village was formed in 1963, they made laws to protect the village. Obviously, the village has changed since 1963. There was nothing up here except car dealers, the ferry, and the Elks Hotel House where you went for dinner. Nobody was coming up here. Port Jeff had 11 school districts, and that's how small it was. So anything that was built here was acceptable because you can get away with it. Now we have a lot of people, a lot of things going on. You don't follow the rules and the law, you don't make our property saleable. Nobody wants a big building, and we've been through this with the people who want to buy Maryhaven and put a 4-story apartment building there. Just like if you go outside the village, 2 blocks, where the Stoller wants to put a big apartment building there where the people on the other side, on the west side of that, will not get sunlight till 11 o'clock in the morning. So reason ZBA laws are passed and zoning laws are passed are mainly for the health and welfare of the community, and that's part of your job to do this for us. Now, we've lived there. This is, I think, I built Canyon Creek, which is off Myrtle Avenue. What the gentleman said last time, he says, well, they're going to hook up to the city sewers. We are not hooked up to sewer. We have our own thing on the bottom. So he's going to have to do that. Otherwise, he'd have to have a pumping station there to pump it up, which he cannot do. The question is, I don't see any way this is feasible to do this. It affects all his neighbors adversely. It's going to damage Piccadilly, those houses there. Even the retaining wall that was put up was breached many times. If this is let to go through, it's going to destroy that area. Now, the village is now on notice that by allowing this to go through, they're liable for the damage to these houses. Yes, most of the time, the damage that's caused by it is by the one who owns it, which means the dock is going to be liable for all this damage. But since you're aware of the damage that's been caused by not doing this, but it becomes worse because you allow this to become done in violation of all the zoning laws where they're allowed to build there, the village is now liable for that, and they will be held for that. So the question is that he doesn't comply with even the statute for building apartment houses. He doesn't have enough property. Now, you take a look at 10 units. If 2 people are in there and each have a car, that's 20 parking spaces. You know, he required 15. He only has 14. Now, what if people come over? Where do they park? Then forget that. Say that when they're building this, where do they park the trucks? And where the workers park? There's no place for that. The traffic is so bad on Beltair Road. There's nothing for that. When the guy built the apartment on North Country Road and Main Street, he had a parking lot there that all the trucks would park there, if you remember when he was building that. So this is not beneficial to our area. It violates all the laws. It violates the zoning laws. It violates, even for a ZBA, it's outside of your purview.
Thank you. So before we invite the next person to speak, I'd just like to, because of the number of people that we have that might want to speak tonight, we're going to limit the comments to 3 minutes moving forward. So with that being said, Pat Nicholas.
I do. Pat Nicholas. Nicholas. My name is Pat Nicholas. Good evening, everyone. My comments are brief. The terraces, sorry about my throat. The terraces are a wonderful, complementary part of Beltair Road. The property in question would have 10 units, parking in the front, and the 28 units that are at the terraces, they are attractive. They're a complement to the village. I have seen the schematic of the 10-unit building that the doctor is looking to put up. It is also complementary to a quaint village. Across the street, there are 2 apartment complexes. And granted, there are plenty of times, I'm a resident too, that I get to the corner of North Country and Belterre Road, and the new turning area is fine if it's not 4 o'clock. This would have, I believe, no monetary impact on the terraces. That's a completely different situation. These are single-family units that are there, and it would be a sale unless a specific person wanted to rent one, and that would be for a lease. Same thing for any of the other complexes. So my impetus is that monetarily, this building would give the village also a small but executive-looking type of facade that would appeal perhaps to the expansion of residents going into Mather and to St. Charles, not counting Stony Brook. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank
If you
you.
have any questions, just yell. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to come up and comment? Yeah, of course. Yeah, please come forward. You'll just need to be sworn in first.
Who do I? Yes, sir. Carolyn, Carolyn, Sackstein, Sackstein. Thank you. The problem with traffic is, as already mentioned, in the morning and the afternoon, but there are other times, depending on the situation with what's going on in the village and attracting visitors to the village. Belterre Road is extremely busy, often, every day. And the sightlines that the zoning is requesting a variance for, making the property, the building closer to the road, would impede the sightlines for seeing the traffic approaching from the south. It would make it very difficult to turn out from our property safely. So that's a major concern. Also, we are single-family homes. We are a townhome. We're not condos. We are not apartments. And therefore, having apartments right behind us would detract from the monetary value that we have invested into our homes. This is our major investment for most of us. And to lose property value because apartments are going in would not be to our advantage, and it would be a hardship. Most of us are retired. We don't have time to recoup investments, and enough said. Therefore, we would very much appreciate not having these variances or change of use go in. Because one, it's not a buildable lot. It's really not a buildable lot unless a great deal of infrastructure goes in. And I don't see that being possible to really make it worthwhile. And it does present a hazard to the people living below the elevation of Belterre Road. Most of our most of our units, we come off of Belterre Road, but we are going down. And therefore, our unit at the end of Princess Tree Court is actually below the roadway. And it would impede our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, if there's no further public comment, I'd like to give the applicant, Mr. Nawaz, an opportunity to speak. Do you need him to swear in as well?
Be sworn in, sir. You must be sworn in.
Ryan Abbas. Sorry, that's my granddaughter. Honorable members of the board, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Nawaz. You probably heard me on February 27th meeting that we had. Unfortunately, at that time, I was not given any opportunity to rebuttal or respond to many of the concerns that were raised. Can you hear me now? Okay,
Yes.
sorry about that. I'll bring it close to my mouth.
I think if you point it
Okay,
up.
so I'm here tonight to bring you all up to date. I have very seriously considered the concerns, fears, and objections that were raised at the last meeting. Contrary to what some people voiced their opinion that I am so, how can I say, is callous, not caring. That was a little painful, but I accept that. But that's not reality. I'm a physician who has served this community over 47 years in the village. I live in the village. My family lives in the village. My friends live in the village. If I can count, I can easily say I have at least 100 people between my family and friends who live between Belter and Port Jefferson Village. I was pioneer in bringing new technology, Port Jefferson, to both St. Charles and Mather Hospital. Served the community well, brought new technology not only here but at Stony Brook University to provide the best possible care to my patients.
Mr. Nawaz, we appreciate your accolades. They're very impressive.
Okay, so I need to move
But
on.
this is not a popularity contest.
I appreciate
Thank
that, but
you.
I think
Yeah.
there was some sentiments
Yeah.
which is expressed and I needed to address that.
Thank you, sir.
We are discussing use variance on this piece of property, and I'm going to tonight address many concerns that were raised at the last meeting. Since then, considering the concerns of the neighbors, I have made several changes in the plan. The retaining wall that was in the rear of the property has been eliminated. The relief for extra parking lot has been dropped. Variance for front yard setback is no longer needed. Okay. To accomplish above this, we have a new site plan that I would like to share. This is just a copy of the old site plan which shows the building in the front that many people complained that's too close to the road, parking in the back. We have changed that and we have brought the building in the back and the parking lot in the front. This has added a lot more green area in the back and the footprint has been reduced. This is a comparison as compared to the old site plan and the new one. Wooded area and the old one was 7,127 square feet. Now we have 11,250 square feet. Asphalt area that was 9,600 plus is now down to 6,500. Walkways, which is a concrete, has been reduced from 1,419 to 500 square feet. Building area has been also reduced, and I think that is a positive change by improving the site plan. And this is a new rendering how the building will look from Beltier Road. And I think it is quite in conformance with what is in the area at present. We had received comments from the Agriculture Review Committee, and I think I submitted my written response to that, and I'm sure the ZBA has it. If any members will have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. This afternoon, a few hours ago, I received an email from the village and copy of comments made by Mr. Andrew Thomas. This was received to me at 11:32. I was busy whole morning doing procedures, and by the time I checked my email, it was past 2 o'clock. And I understand Mr. Thomas is an ex-member of the ZBA and is also co-chair of the Architecture Review Committee. He had all the time to incorporate his comments in the official document that was sent to the ZBA, but he failed to do that. I am not sure if it is intentional, but it's certainly strange that he chose to email comment a short hour before this hearing. I have briefly reviewed his comments, and it seems none of them were considered important enough by his other members of the board to incorporate them into their official document that was sent to ZBA. But nonetheless, I'm prepared here to answer his comments. His first comment was about financial hardship. I never claimed that the land is problematic for use because of its zoning. That was never my intention, never it was uttered by my mouth. Financial hardship is due to the deprivation of the owner's right to benefit from the use of the property. That is the law. That is caused when a zoning ordinance makes it impossible to receive reasonable return from the property. And that's what's happening here. I never claimed that the increased intensity of the development is necessary. Here again, a change of use is requested to use the land for a reasonable return, no other purpose. Mr. Thomas is wrong in his understanding of financial hardship. Financial hardship, which some call property hardship, is created by the unique characteristics of the property itself and not by the economic difficulties of the owner. It was even mentioned tonight that I can easily walk away from this property. That's not what financial hardship is. It is the nature of the property, the characteristic of the property, that it provides a financial hardship to anyone who's going to develop this property. And I think that distinction must be made because that is the legal definition of it.
Let me ask you something. Is there a difference in financial hardship within your application, whether you build something that is a professional office or a residential use?
Yes, there is.
And how? How is there a difference?
This property, first of all, does not meet any of the area requirement to develop anything on it. In other words, village will have to either condemn this property because it's not buildable, because whoever ever decided to divide this property at the time, they did not consider when they put restrictions on a professional office building, the size of the lot, the width of the lot, the depth of the lot, the street frontage. They were considerate, or they felt that that could be changed down the road. So at present, this property does not meet any of those criteria to fit any building in that area. All those criteria have to be changed. All the area variances has to be granted. Even if you want to put a single family home, you cannot do on it. So we looked at the professional office. I would have loved to put a professional office there, but the cost of the development of the site is such that it will be a no-brainer. Though sound investor will put money in putting a building there, which is probably going to lie vacant, invite vandalism, and hopefully not homeless people. My office is only a block south of this property, and last winter, I don't know if anybody knows, my office is 620 Belter Road, which has a covered walkway in front of the building. And at 1 o'clock in the morning, I was coming home. I looked in there was a homeless sleeping there. Next morning, I had to power wash the entire area to get the stink out of this place. Do you guys want to have a building that may lie empty and which may be open to this kind of thing? I don't think so. If you look at the footprint of the office building or the apartment building, they are very, very close. It is just the use that I feel is in terms of putting money into this property to develop it, to make the area better. I think it is more important to understand the utility of the land, which will serve a useful purpose for the investor as well as for the neighborhood.
Do you have a cost analysis within your presentation?
Cost analysis was submitted very early with the application,
Okay.
where I have provided a cost analysis of a single family home, office building, and apartment building. And those figures are there in record. They were submitted in an Excel spreadsheet. Those estimates were given by professional people. I have developed many properties over the last 35, 40 years, and I know pretty much very well how much it costs to build a property in the right way.
Well,
with the quality.
we don't, Dr. Nawaz.
Pardon me?
We don't know.
You don't
But
know
it's your
that
burden to tell
the-
us what the change is, right?
Tho-
And
those records are public. The village has it. Anybody can look at it.
So can we let Dr. Nawaz finish his presentation and
Oh, sure.
follow up with the questions afterwards?
Pardon me?
No, I was asking if you could continue with your
Move
presentation,
forward.
please.
Okay. The second comment that Mr. Thomas made was that the neighborhood character and hardship, which we will address later. We also had received comments from the Port Jefferson Public Safety Advisory Council. I think I have responded in writing to the ZBA board as well. There was an opposition from the Civic Association. I personally met with the president of the Civic Association. Their concern is the ability of the fire department to service. And that was their main concern. But I'm sure the board is fully aware that in the recent years, there have been very large apartment complexes allowed to be built in Port Jefferson Village. Almost, if you counted, maybe close to 400 units. And that concern probably was never entertained. There's also a precedent where the village has allowed a professional office to be converted into an apartment building. That is on North Country Road, next to, right across Mather Hospital. In the spirit of the cooperation, I, as an applicant, has already reduced the number of apartments from 12 to 10. That was advised by the planning board of the village. Also, the building size has been reduced, and I think we have made an honest effort to address some of the issues. The biggest concern that village people had, or the neighbors had, was the water runoff, drainage, erosion, and landslide. And if the chairman would allow me, I would like to show some data on that to prove that that's not true. Retaining wall issue has been eliminated, so we're not going to spend time on it. Drainage, my engineer has advised me that this site, all the water will be contained on site in properly designed dry wells, so there should be no concern water running off this site. The impact on property values, I think Pat Nicholas was kind enough to address that issue, so we're going to skip that. Traffic, my engineer will talk in a few minutes, but I just want to finish off the main issue that is bothering everybody. That is the water runoff. At the last public meeting, many concerns were raised about the water runoff from this property causing flooding and landslide. But however, nobody presented any evidence to prove that. And I suspect because there is none, it behooves all of us at this time to know if indeed a flooding has occurred in terraces. If anybody here who lives in the terraces, can come up and say, yes, we had a flooding in their house, when and why, I will be more than happy to listen to that. Now, let's
Now,
look at this.
Before you move on, does a residential use
Pardon
Should-
me?
Does a residential use versus a professional office use generate more or less runoff than the other?
It has nothing to do with professional or office. It has to do how the property is used and is protected. When you put a, say, a 3,000 square foot footprint or 4,000 square foot footprint, you have to contain all the water that falls on the driveway, all the water that comes off the roof. It has to stay on site. Those are public rules, health department rules, planning board rules.
Sure.
I'm sure ZBA will agree. No water will be allowed to run off the property. You won't get a building permit.
So both uses have to handle drainage.
Correct. You're absolutely right. And
Okay.
we are going to do that. If you look at this map, I think this summarizes everything. What I'm showing is all the buildings, the terraces, which are on the top, and the blue square is the property. And if you look in the middle, it's 180 feet. That's the elevation. And all the buildings are at 220, 215, 230. Now, can anybody tell me how water will run 30 feet up? It's against the law of physics. And people who have been living on terraces, they've been living there since 1980s or maybe early 90s. My ex-office manager lived there. I have several patients of mine who lived there. Nobody has ever told me that they ever had a flooding problem. And I'll show you if you have a flooding problem, why. That's next. The water runoff, if you look at this, Princess Street Court comes off Belterre Road. Anybody who lives here, he knows the Belterre Road runs downhill going from north to south. And the Terraces Court, Tree Court, is running west from Belterre Road, and it's pitched down. I don't know whoever designed that. There's supposed to be a negative pitch at the entrance. Right now, what you have a gully, and when it downpours, most of the water from Belterre Road is coming down on Princess Street Court. And Princess Street Court, as you can see, only has 2 dry wells, which are totally inadequate, and the dry well has a dimension of 18 inches by 4 feet. When the water is running, the water many times will overflow if the volume of water is too heavy. So even those catchment basins will not catch the water. And here again, this is the map of the Princess Street Court, and the 2 yellow arrows are showing where the dry wells are. Can anybody tell me, any engineer, any professional, that you have such a long street, which is coming downhill from Belterre Road, and have 2 small catchment basins in the end, that's going to contain the water? I doubt it.
And if those were offices, would the water change?
It has nothing to do with office.
But it
or
has
the
to do
home.
with
It has
use.
to do with the designing and engineering of the site development. So if your site plan is inadequate, then you're going to have a problem, right? Okay.
We're
Now,
the
this is-
zoning board.
This is,
We're
this
not
is,
building.
well, we are talking about flooding, right?
We don't know why.
Now look at that, the red arrow showing the water going down the Princess Street Court. And I have figured out the dimension. If you add up the asphalt area on Princess Street Court, it's close over 39,000 square feet. And my engineer tells me if you take a 2-inch rainfall per hour, it needs at least 8 dry wells to catch that water. We have only 2.
Sorry, we have
Depends
to.
on the size of the dry well, I don't know what they are. Okay. The second concern is on the 640 Belterre Road, where somebody mentioned that the wall is breaking. And I agree with that person, because I have pictures here to show you how much the wall has broken. And when it's heavy pour, the water is going to run off. And this is not even close to Princess Street Court. This water, God knows where it goes. It may goes to the top of the Piccadilly Circle, if any. This is another picture, and this is another picture. This is just to show you. And so, in final, let me just skip that, and I'll add right here. I don't think you want me to go through the criteria that the ZBA considers in granting the variance. In the interest of the time, I will skip it. I think, let me move on. I can spend time on this if anybody wants. This is my last slide. I think as an applicant, I have tried my best to address all the concerns and satisfy the criteria. I'm not here to litigate. If I wanted to litigate, I would have had a lawyer with me. I said the last time people didn't like it. That's not my nature. I'm here to plead my case on the basis of the merit. And I think I expect that the board will make a decision, whatever decision that is, that it will be on the merit of the application, not based on fear and phobia of somebody or I don't like it. No, there are a lot of things in our life that we don't like, okay? If one of you own this property, you probably would not like to hear that either. I don't own the property, I have bought it, I have invested in it. A lot of money has been invested in doing surveys, engineering, fees, site plans. It's not like that I can walk away from it and have no loss. There is going to be a loss if I walk away from it.
Dr. Nawaz?
Yes.
Hi, up here. Up. Hi.
Sorry.
It's okay. If you would like to, you can take those, your criteria that you had, your 5 criteria in regards to your change of use variance, and you can submit them to the board. We'd appreciate that.
Okay, so I can quickly go through them if you want.
No, not going through them here. If you could submit them.
If you just want to submit them, or
Oh,
you can-
I will submit them.
yes, please.
So let me say it in closing that I understand from the last meeting the site plan has been changed. A lot of things have been changed. And I also understand that the board may need more time to review those changes before they make their final determination. I'm okay with that, okay? And I think we are right now only focusing on the change of use, not the area variances. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we proceed, question for staff: are we in possession of the revised site plan? Do we have that revised site plan? No.
We have not seen it.
Okay.
We'll submit
Please.
along with.
Yes,
everything
please. Submit the revised site plan and any adjustments that you made from the original.
else. Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for me that I may try to answer?
None from me. Any questions from the board?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I see some folks here who want to comment from the public. Again, please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
And please direct your comments to the board and not the applicant. Thank you.
Last time we were here, people from Piccadilly Court complained about the breach of the retaining wall, that they have multiple floods happening there. So where he's saying there is no flood, the village has enough information. Piccadilly has the problem. We have the problem of erosion from our rear areas. We're higher than this area, so therefore it's not, water is not going to run uphill. But Piccadilly has a problem, you know, and they've had multiple breaches, not only from the east part of it, but from the south part, from another area, because they're below grade on everything. That may be a fault of engineering when they were built, but they still have the problem. They allowed the house to be built, and this is where the water's coming from. Contrary to what the doctor said, Piccadilly has major problems because of this.
All of their concerns were noted on record with us, and we have certainly taken them into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will have you with the rest of the public first, Mr. Anybody else from the public? Yes. Okay, please. Yeah, just gonna have you sworn in, sir. Thanks.
Yes. Timothy Rood, 17 Princess Street Court, ROOD. Timothy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
I see that you were bringing up the topography there. Forgive me, I'm not an engineer, and the last time I took earth science was over 50 years ago. However, I do live at one of the bottom court side buildings. And right behind, I do know this, I do remember this from earth science, that Long Island is a glacial moraine left over from sand and dirt that was brought down in the last ice age, and therefore is subject to erosion. When it rains heavily, and I've lived there for about 7 years, I have seen my backyard, which is directly to the south, come closer to the house. And I have several trees that are hanging half in ground and half in air. Now, there's only one way, if you look at the topography in the topography map, that could happen, is coming down from the site that is under question and down eroding underneath a very steep cliff that is similar to what is happening up at the Port Jefferson Country Club. It's erosion. The water is running down the hill from Belterre down through this valley, and it's eating underneath this cliff. And so over time, and if you put anything in there that does increase that water flow, it's going to further undermine that foundation. And eventually, our buildings are going to topple into that valley. Okay? That's my personal observation, and I would venture a guess that engineering would back that up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Dr. Nawaz, I'll give you an opportunity to respond.
I thank the last gentleman. I think he very naively proved my point. The backyard of all of the terraces, whenever that terraces buildings were built, there was a significant alteration of the grade when those houses were built, and I know when they were built. I've been passing that street every day, 3-4 times a day for the last 47 years. So when you have a backyard, which is, I don't think is more than 20 feet deep from your back foundation of your house, where it begins to fall, it's a cliff. And that cliff has been never protected. That should have been protected to prevent water runoff from your backyard going down in the hill. And that's why you're losing your trees and bushes. Just take a drive on Seaside Drive in Belterre Road. And a friend of mine owns home there. And with time, the cliff is being eroded and the bushes are coming out of it. So the backyard, which at one time was 60 foot, is now rendered down to 50. And I think the Marine Corps and Belterre, even same thing is happening at the country club. That's right, happens to be right 2 blocks over my house. Same thing is happening because we have allowed this erosion to continue. And now we are at a point, it's a very expensive and difficult to contain it. And I frankly will advise all the residents of terraces to please look into it, that your backyards are slowly eroding. But it has nothing to do with this property. You are 100 feet away from this property. And the Piccadilly Court is further south and west of this property. So I don't know where this gully concept is coming. There is no gully. The property is 130 to 150 feet wide. It slopes down from south to north. it doesn't, and also towards the west, but biggest slope is towards the north side. So you have a water coming from terraces and some water coming from this property, and it pools in the middle. It's not going anywhere. So I really don't think this property is contributing at all, and I'll be more than happy to debate this issue with any qualified engineer that you might have or any expert that you have. I'll be more than happy to do that, and my engineer will help me with that.
Does your financial hardship change in relative to the use?
It does.
And how?
Okay, because if you had looked at the cost estimates that we have given, the development of the site alone, before you build anything on it, is going to at least cost $250,000.
Irrespective of its use.
Irrespective of the use. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So now you look at it, you have the price of the land, you have the cost of the development of the site before you can put a single brick on the site. Okay. So now you have a basic investment that's going to be made regardless, no matter what you build on it. Now you look at what I'm going to build, how much that's going to cost, and what kind of a rental income that will come. Will it justify the overall project
Because
cost?
the use of right in that lot is a professional office.
Professional office, there's a limitation because a professional office that can be built on this lot, because of the parking requirement, is rather small.
Okay.
Number one. And the rental that comes from a small professional office, if you can rent it, nowadays there's a glut of space in Port Jefferson. If you can rent it, it's going to be at least 50% less. Because you just do the numbers. If you put a 3,000 square foot building on there, even if at $30 triple lease, that'll be $90,000 a year. And you're talking about an investment close to $2 million. Would you invest it?
Can you show us the comparison between the residential use cost?
I have.
You
I have submitted that already to the ZBA. Is a spreadsheet showing single-family dwelling, office building, and a apartment building. Plus, no bank is going to finance in a project that is not going to be revenue positive. So I'm not married to this property, but I think I have a passion for taking challenges. I have developed many difficult properties, including my own home. And I have the longest and the tallest retaining wall pretty much on the Long Island. And it's just the test of time. It's 140 feet long and it's 18 feet tall. That was put in 2010, and it's still holding up. So this whole idea of the wall breaking, yes, if you're going to cut corners, if you don't have the engineers, if you don't have the proper people making it, it's going to collapse. No matter you make a Taj Mahal, it's going to collapse. And I think the first gentleman, I forget what his comments were, I'm sorry, or the front, we already talked about that we are moving the building further west. So that should not be an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nawaz. Any questions or comments from the board?
None at this time.
If not, I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Did you want to make a motion to stop any further submissions? Do we need to address that specifically? Remember the writings or the extension period of like letters?
If I wanted to, I could have extended.
Can't. No.
For today?
Yeah, I thought you were going to come up and support me.
I'm sorry, I can't. I can't do. Can't risk my job yet.
Hi, my friend. Hi, Cheryl. How are you? What's going on?
Where's the-
Well, I know, but you know, you're not so funny.
I lived there all my life. Now you're affecting my life.
No, I'm trying to make it better for you.
How you gonna?
When did you become a weatherman? You know where the rain's gonna fall, where the water's gonna go?
Yeah, we're in work session, yeah.
We're in work session. Okay. So the applicant has submitted.
No, you can go. Hi, hi.
The applicant has submitted an alternative plan in response to the impacts of his project. Okay. So staff has prepared the Part 2 for the EAF based on the original plan. It's the discretion of the board whether you'd like to direct staff to accept the modified plan and revise the Part 2. I'm just looking at some of the things, construction on steep slopes, there's the same issue. Result in increase of erosion, whether from physical disturbance or vegetation removal during construction, that's still an issue.
Still an issue, but could have been mitigated, right? Because now he's saying there'll be more wooded.
It's still, I'm just thinking about going through the EAF, when I'm gonna be clicking, I
Has
still
nobody
think.
seen this revised plan?
No. Nobody has seen it.
Can someone explain to me how you lessen your parking asphalt surface area and you don't have to adjust then your request for parking spaces?
I think it's how he's
I
orienting.
don't know, I have not seen the
Yeah,
plan.
we don't know, right, but I would think it's how he's orienting the parking.
Mhm.
Maybe it's more conducive to just fitting many spots next to each other instead
Right.
of a funky shape, right? I
Well,
don't,
they made everything small. They made the whole building size smaller.
the entire footprint of the.
Yes, but not.
That's what he alleged, we gotta take a look at it, we
Yeah.
gotta take a look at
But
it.
by minimal amount. but
Squash this whole thing and deny the use.
I think if I just finish, so I'm just
Really?
going through this.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell your feeling on it.
Just gotta be careful.
I mean,
So my point is that I
Not
don't think
really,
that
it's
anything that
contract
we've
end
clicked
date.
off in the Part 2 would change, it would just be the analysis within what we clicked off. So there is the possibility, if the board is disposed to that, to accept the change and ask the staff to redo the Part 2 of the EAF. I would think he would have to resubmit the Part 1, because there's gonna be dimensional changes to the size of the building and everything.
but it still doesn't speak to use.
And that's not speaking to the use, that's just speaking to the environmental impacts, which is
Are the same. Or
same
slight-
categories.
categories,
Maybe the
maybe slight.
impact is a little less because it's mitigated.
We're back to logic. It's an if-then. If the use is approved, then we address all of these other issues. I don't feel that it's worth to go and put this back onto the village and make them work this. So it's an if-then, I'm gonna repeat myself since I wasn't. It's an if-then. If the variance is not, for the change of use is not approved, then all of the other things don't factor in. And I don't think that it behooves the village to ask them to review, the CEQA and all of the other, reports that have come in and ask for all of this additional information if we don't get past the change of use.
Well, I think that the jurisdiction of the board, its original jurisdiction is the use variance and the use variance tests. And you would make your decision based on the use variance tests on the use. The environmental impacts are as a result of the use, but because the use variance, the change of use is before the board, you have to do the secret. So progressively, if you don't have a use approval, you don't have the secret.
Yeah, and you have to realize too that the secret components and the environmental components are always secondary to the heart of the matter, which is our criteria. Because not every application we're gonna have is gonna entail those type of secondary or tertiary reviews. If we stick to those 5 criteria, that is gonna guide us by nature of the design of what we do as a board. Right?
So-
I mean, if you really break it down, right, go through the 5 things again. I mean, right? Is there a substantial change to the neighborhood from this all across, you just work through those 5 things.
We need to
Yeah.
we need to pause and we need to make the motion to declare ourselves the lead agency.
That would be something you need to do during the
So,
work session.
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, good. So we got one,
I didn't know what you were dancing for,
we
but
got
hey,
one
I'm
low-hanging
looking
fruit
with you.
done. We got one low-hanging fruit done from the tree. There you go. Okay, what else?
Let's accomplish.
Yeah, we feel so
something.
good.
I make a motion to declare us to be lead agency on this file. Do I have a second?
Okay.
All in favor?
Yeah, okay,
You're welcome.
all right, now, so is there substantial change in the neighborhood? Across the street, you got apartments. Over there on that side, is there any residential on that side of the street? At all? None, right? On that side of the road, there's no, I believe it's all.
Princess Tree Court.
Oh, that's right, thank you.
Princess
Yes,
Court.
you make that,
Right.
okay, right, there's that, gotcha, yep. Okay, so, all right, interesting, all right. What else?
All of which is set back. I turned you off. No, because I was making.
But it's being
We're-
recorded
we're
and
being
the
recorded.
public is watching you.
Oh.
Yeah, this is live stream.
We're always watching. They're always watching, and this is the hot button one. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Zoning regulations, okay, to the hardship, you have, just saying there's hardship without submitting expert analysis or testimony or some type of cognizable.
He's saying that he did.
He's saying
No.
that he did.
Okay, so again, to reference back to our previous meetings, those are his opinion.
opinion.
Nothing was presented from a financial standpoint from any professional. We had no real estate analysis. We had no development analysis from any builders or engineers. There was his opinion of estimations that were given. Mark, at the last meeting, did request that there was professional analysis submitted, and we have not received any of that. Again, he keeps referencing in today's meeting in regards to financial benefit versus loss and an ability to gain, and his ability to gain profits. Again, this is based on an investment property and renting out, not versus a primary use. So from my perspective, what I can bring to the table is a real estate perspective. He's talking about as an ownership and subletting out to somebody else. I would have looked at this from another perspective, from a primary use. If this was an office building to be used primarily by him as a professional, what would the cost be then for him? And you also have the depreciation or appreciation over time that should have been an analysis provided to us as a primary use, but it's not. He's looking at it only from the perspective of a subletting unit. And again, we weren't giving the financials from any professional. We were only given his personal opinion, and that's not what was asked of him. We gave him a month and, what are we on, 8 weeks since our initial meeting, because he postponed from our last meeting and still did not submit any of those requests.
Because I said it cost money, that's why.
Thank you.
And I would, now I'm not sure, Dr. Nawaz had several people with him. He had at least 2 people here, I believe. And
The engineer was the
I
gentleman
reviewed the
that-
financials that he submitted a while ago. I don't recall who provided them, if it was Dr. Nawaz or his engineer or somebody financially qualified, but
It
I
was
would,
part of his slideshow.
Well, I think it was like an Excel spreadsheet.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, so we have all that
So,
information in
you
the
see here
file.
in your criteria, right? I mean, the applicant cannot realize a reasonable return provided the lack of return is substantial as demonstrated by competent financial evidence.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it needs to necessarily be like prepared by a,
Well,
an accountant. It just needs to be competent financial.
but in order to understand the use hardship, you need to compare the two uses. And it would be substantially unburdensome to build a office here. Because does an office require further building strategy, building methods than you're not showing me why the change.
He was saying that you can't give
Right.
commercial space at this point.
He's,
It's very
but
difficult.
he's
There's
also,
a lot of empty spaces.
he's also
right now.
looking at this as a single-use entity from accessing from Belterre rather than being an extension of the existing medical park and using the accessway and parking that development already provides that they could have cooperated with. So there's different perspectives on this that could be taken. But he was clearly asked by Mark to provide financials from professionals, and it is part of our minutes from
Yeah.
2 months ago, and he did not do that today. And we can,
It's a self-serving statement. It's self-serving.
And there's still, he still needs to respond to all the recommendations that you provide.
Not the use variance, only if you want to.
He was
consider
also-
a review, you would.
Do you guys have the traffic study in the file? Is there? Can you do a quick peruse?
I would say I found the financial thing. You guys would like to see it?
Yes, please. Because I believe he was also asked for a professional, not just I work on the block and I know.
Yeah.
There was no traffic
But
study.
none of that though is necessarily pertinent to the use, the decision of a use variance.
The only
Traffic, the environmental, that all
Doesn't matter.
is-
All
has
impacts
nothing-
from the use.
So completed by him. This is his financial analysis completed by him based on his assessment.
Excuse me, Cindy, Dr. Nawaz made a late submittal. Do we have that?
The one he's just presented tonight?
Yes, did we have that? So we don't have that?
And there is no cutoff on when you could just keep on submitting things.
Well, you have 62 days to work with the applicant to come up to your determination. In that 62 days, he could submit mitigations, he could continue to do stuff if you want to entertain it.
Well, so hypothetically, if we were to approve the use variance, for example, would he now need to amend his area variances? He would, right?
Yes.
Now he's requesting different.
If he gives you a map to consider and you approve that amended map, we would have to take, well, before you approve it, obviously, we would have to look at what other variances, or how those variances change. Essentially, he's submitting a newer application as a modification to what he did, but we have to look at it from scratch again.
Does that reset the clock?
His opinion and
No,
based
no,
on
no.
as a rental,
It doesn't reset the clock.
not as an owner occupied, and not for nothing, but if that, he was to build and go to the extent of the 2,400 square foot professional space, and access from the medical park that is pre-existing, he wouldn't have to do as much infrastructure and he wouldn't have to do as much hardscaping to manage the parking because he'd be utilizing what's already in existence. And if he goes to do it himself, you're probably not going to have to yield as much, but again, that's as a rental, not as a primary use. So another applicant can come forward as a primary use, and that rental price and per month carrying on a high volume medical is not unrealistic. It's manageable. I mean, I know what some of my clients have been charged and what their overhead costs are.
Well, the point is, I think that none of this has been appraised and there's no professional opinion on the value of the property and its highest and best use, with or without the existing zoning. So to the point of the board, he has not provided a qualified expert to talk about that. He's
On-
providing his.
On
his-
any, it's his, and
It's
they're
his
all his
impression.
estimates, correct?
What else you need is the,
Yes. Okay,
Have we advised him of that? Is he like?
yeah, Mark expressly,
yeah,
on the record, I believe.
yeah. He was on the dais when
And-
he
and
made the
Furthermore,
recommendation.
if we were to entertain and accept the revised, I understand it was more about the, not so much use, but more about the area variances. But still, going back to the use, those revisions would also have an economic change as well in comparison to this
Yes.
initial plan,
Yes.
right?
He-
So you would want to also see, based on these late submittals, right? What is the economic difference within that revised plan, right? Again, we cannot compare, we're not giving something valid enough to compare that the change of use by not building a professional office, that he's basically saying that building a professional office is a hardship. That's what he is saying.
Well, I think he's saying the property is such that he's had to invest so much into the property because of the topography that he won't be able to realize a return on investment if he builds professional or medical offices. And that because an apartment building will bring in more income, he could make a profit doing that, and that's definitely.
So he says it's worth
But
the,
I don't think it's not supposed to be about how much you can make out of it. It's supposed to be, can you get, it's you know,
Again, it's
reasonable
reasonable
return,
return,
exactly.
but
So
your
it's not-
perspective changes whether it's owner occupied or you're looking to be a landlord subletting out and what your return is. Absolutely. I just also want to make a note, because you just referred to a late submittal. His late submittals, yes, and they're incomplete. He didn't get us a revised plan or anything. He harped on Andrew for a late submittal for today. And he was a little, had a little bit of an issue with that. Quite frankly, it's Andrew's second letter of submission, and he gave a 7-minute dissertation on the same topic. So
Yeah, I don't think it's nefarious. I think that the meeting is today, and he was like, "Oh crap, I gotta send that letter."
but this is Andrew's second letter that he submitted for the record, addressing all these same topics. And again, he stood and gave those points, but
I haven't received the new submittal. I know he mentioned it tonight, but he didn't leave it here tonight with anyone, did he?
No.
No.
He's gonna submit it.
So, you know.
But again,
The applicant cannot realize a reasonable return. Well, he can, he may not be as big as 30 million.
Well, but we don't know. Can he realize a reasonable return? How do we know? One way or the other? Yes or no? We
Well,
don't,
here,
because
he says he can get 70,000. I don't know what you consider reasonable. 70,000 as opposed to 3 million, but I don't think the amount is supposed to be questioning here. It's, can he get a reasonable return?
You have to look at it in the opposite, that if you don't change the zone, if you don't change the use, excuse me, you have to look at it from that perspective. If
Somebody
you don't,
else
that
can
he
get-
suffers. If we don't make this change, that lot
He
is
doesn't
suffering.
suffer because he
No, I
can get
agree.
out of the contract.
yeah, but
In the event he
but the distinction
I
you
agree with
made,
that, too.
the distinction you made is that that's not applicable, just because he doesn't own the property, he's not at a,
Yeah, it's not a,
he's not gonna, be impacted financially as a result of if this is approved or not.
Right.
Aside from losing money in the surveys, that's not, I guess, the criteria, right, which I was
Yeah.
aware of, right? He's saying,
he has an owner's endorsement to file this application on behalf of the owner, so the arguments that he's making on return, I believe, would be coming from the owner through
well, you
him.
have to treat him just in the same light at that point. Either he has standing or he doesn't, okay? That's what that
Well,
means.
I believe he has.
So he has
he
standing.
has standing, because you can't, we take on consideration for
I
anybody on a contract VIND when they're looking to make their investment in
We're not holding that against him.
so if he's acting on behalf of the owner, we'll say, like, we need to think about the owner of the property. Is the owner of the property realizing any financial hardship as a result of this?
That's one expert they could have put in. We wanted, and testimony they could have had, they could have said, I have had this property up for 25 years for sale in a PO use, and nobody bought it. There you go, testimony from the witness, directly affected with a historical, verifiable, first-person, objective standing position.
quite frankly, he had a real estate
Well, I would
agent
call
get
the
up
witness.
and speak on his behalf today. She
See?
didn't reference herself as a real estate agent, nor did she give an
Again,
evaluation of the property, its uses, and return on it. None of it was. It was just that it would be aesthetically pleasing and conforming to what was pre-existing in buildings in surrounding. But when we asked for the professional, he got the professional, they just didn't know what we needed them to know for him to stand his point.
So for my notes, the chairman of the board during a meeting asked for financial data from a qualified source.
Yeah, we can
All right,
check, do we have,
qualified to be determined, but nothing was submitted beyond the applicant's testimony.
Right,
That's right.
so we can't even we can't really use this in our.
what did we just say? That was the February meeting?
That was February 27th.
Now, this would have been
He-
subject to FOIL from the public, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now the public could have came out and said, we foiled this, we hired our own expert real estate agent, we hired our own expert CPA, an engineer, and we actually find that
They could have
they
said
could have
that.
done that.
They could have said that.
So this is offered for the truth of the matter asserted, okay?
Oh, this is the agenda.
So the information that he provided in the public
Minutes.
hearing is still part of the record, and did he provide, I'm sorry, did he provide additional financial analysis?
No.
No.
Just this.
Okay.
Kept saying
So
it
he
was
just
over
referring to that,
I
so he
did,
kept
I did,
referring
I
to
did.
that. All right, just wanted to be clear.
I think he needs clarification that this is not sufficient, and that we need something more certifiable, right? Because he doesn't seem to understand.
But doesn't, like, if this is what he believes, he's gonna obviously give you the top numbers and all this stuff.
Right.
If I remember Mike Baruto, when he like wrote the code of years and years ago, he said that it doesn't matter how much of a return. If you can make a reasonable return, then you can't change.
That's not a
Also, though,
qualitative.
like, I just want to, he's not, he is showing, no, look, he is showing that
He's showing a net, but
no, his net
the
loss,
yearly,
his net profit is minus 17,000, so he's showing that he would take a loss.
If it stayed as commercial.
If it stayed as commercial, correct, he would take a loss if it
Uh-uh.
stayed as commercial.
Correction, as a rented commercial space, not as a primary use.
I'm just saying what he's asserting, I'm not saying it's right, wrong, or indifferent. He's asserting that he will lose money if it's a professional office, and he will make money if it's a apartment. But we need real data.
And the only variable that changes is what he gets on the rental.
Yeah.
Well, that's the only variable in this scenario. The only variable that changes is costs are the same, building the same size
That's right. Does it
apartment
rain
building.
harder in a
or the
residential
same part.
community or a commercial?
Right.
Actually, he's saying that the project cost for the apartment building is actually higher.
That's right, it's the opposite.
He's saying that it's double the cost,
So if this was
But
residential,
he gets,
but he makes
more.
significantly more. Yeah,
Right.
he can make 3 million compared to 70,000. That 70,000 does not sound fair.
no.
no, this
But I
is,
do agree with him that it is harder to rent commercial property. That's,
But that's also just a symptom of where we are right now.
how long is that? Sale, do you know?
that's
Been on and off
See, that was a
for,
great point I made. that if you
extended
brought in the owner who
on
said,
and off
"I've been
for a
trying to
very
sell
long
this for
time.
25
Somebody else
years."
went,
We're asking expert. real
Maybe he
estate
was asking too much money.
Okay, but
That's not, you
that's
need,
true.
um,
Maybe they are asking too much in consideration of the building.
you need a professional opinion.
And
Yes,
then
you really do.
topography, as we said before.
Can't change
maybe
that.
it was too much money compared to what you had
Doesn't
to put
matter.
into it. It should have come down in the price, because now you have to do all this.
But we can't look at that either.
So I'm
Okay.
Yes, you
confused by
can,
the
because you've
criteria,
got to-
right? Because
I
we're looking
guess
at the
maybe.
This
criteria,
is part of the
and then at the very
criteria.
end, it says,
That's true.
shall grant the minimum variance that is shall
Yes.
be necessary and adequate to address the unnecessary hardship, yes. And at the same time, preserve and protect the character of the neighborhood, yes, I get that. And the health, safety, and welfare of the community, but that's not, safety, and welfare don't actually enter into the criteria.
Well, that's the general jurisdiction, the general charge of every board in every village is to protect the health,
So it's
safety, and
intrinsic,
welfare.
right?
It's intrinsic,
So
right?
then talks about flooding and erosion then would be pertinent to this approval, because it potentially produces an unsafe
Any building
situation and
does.
impacts the welfare of the community, correct?
He's saying it wouldn't cause a problem.
I'm trying to find that, well, the uniqueness of it would impact the character of the neighborhood, which goes to safety and goes to welfare for sure.
It's called rational basis scrutiny.
Essentially, the character is welfare, alleged hardships is not
I'm just
self-created.
reviewing past, I'm trying to figure where
it's a
Mark had
catch-all
made the
thing.
request for the
It's how they create
Professional.
I
constitutionality.
just don't want to deny this on the basis of, it's gonna cause, an environmental impact and impact the neighbors and.
That
potentially-
you're not at the point to approve or deny the application based on the environmental impacts. That comes later.
But unless you take into account the health, safety, and welfare of the community, right? Like if by doing this, someone's backyard is gonna now fall off a
Any
cliff,
building would create that
any
possibility.
any building built on that, yes.
That was my point down to the community, is that you do realize we build something as of right of use. We're not here other than for setbacks or coverage, okay? This is about use. What if it was the opposite? What if this was a residential lot and they were changing it to PO?
If they had,
And then the Piccadilly or whatever behind them was residential as it is. Would they be up here saying, how dare You change that residential, they're like us. They have the same standards of us. They want to live there. They're like us. Changing it to commercial will have more transient people, more, right? You see how it turns? Right?
I mean,
You still have to stop the thing from falling off the hill.
But people don't get building as
They don't want anything there.
they don't want
They don't want
anything.
any.
That's why we're in a crappy situation.
Yeah,
Because
they-
we can't vote based upon like
They don't want
the
anything.
public wants, right? Like we
Right.
need to vote on like what the criteria
That's
is, otherwise
right.
we're gonna get sued.
We get into either way.
So
You don't realize that?
I mean, the health, safety, and welfare, they do have to submit an environmental assessment form, and we've analyzed that environmental assessment form. So even though it's not one of these criteria, as health, safety, and welfare would allow you to draw in the environmental
Weak
issues
submission, weak
if you wanted
arguments.
to.
yeah, because I think that's important.
Could have
That's
brought
part
in
of
such
Aren't
substantive
we allowed though to
argument.
bring in what the community, like you don't wanna
Yeah,
go
yeah,
against
but
the
you gotta look
community,
at
you
his
wanna go
burden.
against.
He's the plaintiff. He's gotta bring the case. He's gotta bring the witnesses. He's gotta make the substance.
I think
Well, that was Mark's point as
Yeah,
well,
he's
and I
right.
know, and not to reference somebody who's not here to speak, and obviously having him on record, but the previous conversations and the debate of this, it's the burden of proof.
Yeah, man.
The burden of proof lies solely on Dr. Nawaz.
Case.
And right now, that's why I asked for the submission of
The record.
the
counsel.
5 slides that he said he was going to address these 5 issues, but he does that in his letter as well. I just was thinking maybe there'd be something different, but even if you look at what he's addressed in his own email to us, the burden of proof falls on him, and I just feel like he has failed to do it for multiple of the 5 criteria. In my opinion, and
so. That raises the question then, Alyssa, do we vote tonight based upon what we have in front of us now? Or do we provide him the opportunity to provide concrete evidence and decide on this, for example, next meeting?
But again, this has been 3 meetings, and of which he has been asked, I believe, multiple times to provide your case to meet the 5 criteria for the zoning board to take consideration. He asked for a postponement last month because he was not yet prepared to provide his, to take on the burden of proof. So he showed up tonight and we didn't get it. We didn't get the professional analysis of the financial hardship. We got a debate with somebody of the public in regards to groundwater versus surface water effects on tree standing.
Does the water rain harder in a commercial use or residential use?
I don't
trying to
mean
figure
to
that
laugh,
out.
and I burst out laughing on the dais. It was terrible of me, but the gentleman standing behind him doing the violin. It was so unprofessional. The guy caught me off guard.
My next question is, can we even rule on the use variance, taking into consideration his updated site plan, which we have no.
That's just failed to submit, that's just not, you can't talk about the what if and not come with it. If he submitted it in person here at that moment, then we got.
He's had 60
Then we
days
got
to
a
do
record,
that,
and
Dan.
he's on the record saying, I'm making a submission, and here it is. But the record reflects 248 pages entered into the, then we got a problem.
He harped on a resident for submitting a letter this morning
Yeah,
at
that's
11 a.m., but
right.
he dropped on us that he has a new design at our meeting.
Yeah.
If this doesn't work, does this work? If this doesn't work, does this work?
So in the experience of the board,
Yeah.
has that happened before? Does somebody modify their plans while you're reviewing the variance
No,
application?
not just in a passerby comment on a PowerPoint.
And the
We've had Cindy say, they submitted us an updated thing this morning, like,
Yeah.
here it is, like, we tried to
she gets
email it
that-
out to
She
you.
gets it emailed to us,
you
and we
know.
sit and review it, and we review it prior to the work session. Anything that gets submitted,
And we used to have a 2-week rule so that staff could review it and have a report.
I can't believe it's on a submission cutoff.
There is.
There has to be. Your Honor, I have a motion. It's huge. Council's gonna go, wait a second, I have not been to respond, there's been notice of motion, 7-day right to return. No, here it is, Tracy. We found the murderer, the weapon, everything. It's all here. Did that work? Okay, I got another one.
And you see how quickly he scrolled past it. And not for nothing, did you see it? Did you look at it on the board when it was up on the wall? You're talking even more
I
infrastructure,
asked,
like,
can you submit to
because
me a
he graded
financial
out.
comparison of
It's-
what the
it's-
two different costs look like?
All
I
I can
did.
think of is.
Oh. I did. This is it.
You can't fight the topography.
No.
If you looked at his design,
Doesn't matter.
he, original design had the building set there, 3 stories in the back, and the driveway went boom, like this. The new one that he popped up for all of 3 seconds had all of the parking in the front. And so he's raising the grade of that entire front portion of the property to an extensive amount. I mean, you're talking parking spaces, drivability area, parking spaces, structure. You know, how do you not present that to your department and say, here's our changes, this is what we're doing? That skews the numbers that we requested by a professional, and we still have his opinion of them from the last proposed job. This is an incomplete file.
It is. I take the water from this complex. I pipe down, I water all the plants in the HOA below. I created an eco-friendly situation, water all their plants, food lines, everything. You could be so creative with that. The topography is the topography.
He
They live
hired the
under a
wrong
hill.
attorney.
He's got a PO use, and it doesn't change how hard it rains.
That doesn't address the 5 tests that he has to,
That's right,
address.
doesn't matter.
Those are all the environmentals that come into
Right,
play
so I don't care about
after
any
he
of
gets
those.
his use variance.
So do we want to rule on the use variance?
Poor Dan is trying to wrangle us
Yeah,
in.
I wanted to know. With the nine.
Your Giants are not drafting well. Just don't even worry about it.
We did.
We already did
With
this.
an adjournment
This is-
in between, we would be canned. You
But
know,
let's
we
just
would be
be,
canned.
so go ahead and, vote tonight based upon the information that we have here. Does that?
That's
Well,
okay.
we don't-
We're open on
We
every
don't have
point
village
right
council
now.
here to
We're
advise
open
us
on every
on
point.
that.
Well, first of all, you want to get into all that, it's all based on the record.
Yes.
That is the standard of review.
Right.
On the articles, there is no, it's on the record.
He didn't, he,
That doesn't mean he won't,
Okay, and what I mean by what standard review
Yeah,
is on the record.
can we look quickly, what were they referencing in regards to village code, Mr. Saxton,
179.
249?
He's saying
I
that.
don't know what 249 is, but that wasn't one of the.
What he's saying is that only the board of trustees can change zoning.
Well,
And yes, we know
well,
that.
we know that.
But that's not what we're doing. We're changing the use that runs with limitations. You stop that use, you lose that use, right?
yeah, I'm just thinking about what, I think he was saying about changing the code.
Right.
About changing the.
No, only the zoning board could change the zoning. Meaning, only the trustees can change the zone, meaning the actual overlay of that, right, that's what he's talking about.
Yes.
We're not doing that.
I just because we're referencing village liability and what, I just want to know what he was bringing reference
So
to.
what he's saying is that, like, let's say we wanted to change, like, the.
What's the section?
Well, 249 is wireless communication
Yeah.
towers.
Yeah,
said
so
it.
He meant 250.
No, I heard 170, I heard 179, look
Well,
at that.
he mentioned two parts. Well, zoning is 250.
Okay.
250. I think
He was
it
probably looking at
I think he
Brookhaven.
was confused. Or we also were talking about 250-9, which is
Yeah, I heard
probably he
that.
got.
Oh,
confused.
maybe
He said
that's what, okay,
What was it?
250-9 is.
okay, that's what,
PO zone.
He also mentioned 129, which is the,
Environmental.
Adult establishment.
he was talking about, so that makes
I think his message was, if you approve this, we're gonna sue you. So either way, it
Oh,
doesn't matter.
well, as soon as the water hits the,
If you
The
make a
lot.
decision on the 5 tests, it'll be bulletproof from any litigation,
Oh my
from
God,
anything, right?
Please.
Yes.
Right, so.
So, okay. Yeah, let's just talk through it.
don't want me to
I think I did that
Shed,
already.
just want to talk about it?
Yeah, I think we're just
No, right,
discussing.
okay.
So,
spare yourself, Cindy, spare yourself.
um,
I like this really.
So-
It's
Has
not
the
fair.
applicant demonstrated that each and every permitted use under the zoning regulations for the particular district where the property is located, he cannot realize a reasonable return?
Nope.
No,
You need to lay out every single permitted use in the PO zone, doctor's office.
Would you
this,
say
that.
no?
The-
Yeah.
Well, the reason it's a no is because he has not provided, I'm sorry, he has not demonstrated competent financial evidence, right? That's
As
the reason.
requested.
Right, okay.
By competent financial evidence, no, because his opinion is not
Self-serving.
competent, yeah.
Yep, okay. Is the alleged hardship related to the property question, is it unique? And does it not apply to a substantial portion of the district or neighborhood?
It's not unique. That entire road, on particularly that side, other than Piccadilly, is PO zone.
Other than Princess Tree is,
Right, I'm sorry, other than Princess Race, both, right. So. And what's unique? From the use, not the building.
I think if you wanted to argue the other way, you could say that the hardship is unique because it's undeveloped. It's obviously will take a significant investment to develop it because of its topography. And therefore, the current zoning would not allow you to realize a reasonable return on investment, right? And that,
Good.
I
I'm
can't,
with you.
so I can't think of other,
But now show me,
does that apply to a substantial portion of the district?
yeah, but now you need to compare to me the residential versus the PO use case and the hardships financially, and go back to the prior thing with
So-
substantial, reliable evidence.
Let me just see. So his alleged hardship is he cannot make a reasonable return because the market won't bear it.
Okay.
Right. But you do have PO property, a very large piece of PO property
Right.
up the road.
Thriving next door.
Up the road. It's vacant at the moment. So is this property unique in that he can't make a
what are you,
return
are
on the
you referencing the building on the corner?
referencing the Maryhaven
Maryhaven.
property,
Oh.
which is in the PO zone?
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
sorry.
So the alleged hardship relating to the property in question is unique and does not apply to a substantial portion of the district, which is the PO district or neighborhood. Every issue that you're talking about here would apply to the Belterre Road property, the Maryhaven property, would it not? If they came for a use variance on that property, they're not unique because they're going through the same process that Dr. Nawaz is going on this vacant PO property. So his hardship is not unique to the district if he's claiming, I can't rent to professional office. The landowner on the PO property that was once Maryhaven would make the same argument.
Very good.
So that's not unique,
And here's even more. That building exists.
the Maryhaven building.
Meaning the structure is in existence versus.
Well, it's multiple
Right,
structure.
Right, but I'm
and-
saying, but what I'm saying is there is an
Sort of, yeah.
actual built
Yeah.
thing, so you would say, this is a hardship because I have something in existence here that I can't use. Please change my use case so I could actually have an applicable, I have a building, in this case, you're saying I'm going to build one. You see what I mean? I would make an argument to say, you need to change this use on that, what's
Maryhaven.
because other than that, you just have a building that is not economically being feasible. So please, before this goes underwater, save us, and we think there's a use case here for residential.
I
So just to-
disagree with
just
that
to-
because
just
it
to-
was feasible. It was Maryhaven as a whole that couldn't sustain there, but as it was built and it was being used, it met all the financial burdens with the exception for the owner of that property, right? The Catholic Health System or who, that owns it. It was the lessee that needed to relocate for their own financial purposes, because their overhead needed to be less, because their services needed
But
to be
hold on,
more.
Take, for example, a lot that's vacant and a lot that has a structure on it, right? Just think of it like that, a lot that's vacant, a lot that has a structure. Change of use right, would seem more prominent on a lot that has a structure versus not. Why? Because you're saying there's something here that if we were allowed to change its permissible use, we already are in existence, and now it's just a matter of saying, hey, now this is a new use case in this district, right? Like if it was a hotel all of a sudden, right? Versus me saying, this is a vacant lot, I need to change the use because I want to put a hotel here.
Yeah,
See the difference?
that's
So
a fair point.
a change of use sometimes has a little bit more prominence against something that's not working amongst its, right?
With as its
Right.
existence.
So you're speaking to uniqueness now?
Yes.
Yes.
So
I know we took a long way to get there.
For
but
full,
we got-
disclosure, there is a application to change the zone on the Mary Haven property.
Okay, now why go that route? Because you don't have these criteria. You know what you have now? A legislative act. Change the zone, not the use, the zone.
Right.
See the
My
difference?
point is, and I'm not a zoning board member, so this is coming from staff, but the question would be, if the hardship was not unique, then the applicant on Mary Haven wouldn't be looking for something other than the PO zone.
See?
So there seems to be a problem in the PO zone
Mhm.
for the development of professional office, at least for these two properties.
Yeah, the PO zone is supposed to be residential, and the residential area is supposed to be commercial. That's the problem.
Well, again, both of these change of use and these change of zoning requests are based on non-primary use development.
Thank you.
And so
That's right.
I think that's what comes into play. And again, my issue with the current application on the current lot is the way that he's presented his financials from that perspective. If somebody came to us and asked for some of these, for this variance, but as a personal use, I think the financials change. And that's not to, I don't know, for lack of a better term,
I get you.
discriminate against him because he's an investor, but the reality is, I think the parameters change based on the applicant. And in this particular case, he's failed he's failed at the burden of proof.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
The use variance, it's not, if one of them fails, I thought if one of them fails, it fails,
Mm.
right? Isn't that the way it works? Like,
Well, you can't
the
do it.
criteria?
Right, you can't
Because
do
it's
area
you can't do
variances
half of
on
their,
nothing.
right, you can't do
No,
half of
you-
No,
your.
that's not what I
You can't
mean.
do half
I'm
of
saying
your.
He's
the
saying if we take out
criteria-
one, we
He's
take
right.
out both.
The criteria,
That's right.
I'm saying the criteria for a use variance.
Are not factors, they're elements. If you lack an element, you don't have the particle.
Let him say it.
If one of these criteria, within the criteria we're evaluating for a use variance, fail,
You're done.
then I thought I
Where's the
recall
other
that
one?
it's,
I don't think that's consistent with what you've done in the past.
But no, he's right by virtue of the fact that when you have use, you can't have a partial, like, you can't just say, well, we're gonna give you that use for the one unit out of the 10.
that's not what, well, that's not what.
You know what I
He's
mean?
saying that the criteria that we're going through.
That's right, the
So
criteria.
the 5 criteria on the area variance, if one fails, you could do the other 4 and be okay, well,
You
just
still
because this
survive.
failed, you
Right,
can still survive.
right.
He's saying with these,
You're done,
if
you're right.
one of them fails.
He's right.
I don't
then
know
we're
if I'm right. I
He's
thought, I
asking
thought I
us.
recalled that.
You're
Are
right.
you out, or can you fail on the,
Because,
first one?
because with an area, you could say, yes, I'll give you 7
the
feet, not
hardship-
12. You see, you can,
The alleged hardship has not been self-created, say it was self-created, so now, but yet he passed all the other ones to meet this, all of that stuff.
The factors for your consideration, you theoretically could say no on all of them, but have another consideration and approve the variance.
It's, the reason I asked is because even if we can't prove, even if we don't feel
Mhm.
like the alleged hardship is unique
Mhm.
and doesn't apply, it
Yep.
doesn't necessarily mean that therefore we must approve this, right? We're saying,
Yes,
if we're
You're right.
saying that
you're right.
they haven't demonstrated the financials, even though it might be unique and it might not apply to a substantial portion, that doesn't necessarily, we could still
I don't,
not
I,
grant this.
it's
So-
my experience that one is not a fatal flaw for the others.
But it depends on what it.
For a variance,
variance,
yes, but for a change of use, no.
I don't
You make
know.
those findings then.
You see what I mean?
The
Like,
decision has to be,
I think he's right
felt
too.
it up with
Logically, it's like if it was an area and we were talking setbacks or even for or ratios, right? You could say, well, listen, we find that what you're asking for doesn't meet you, right? But we can also suggest that we will grant you a 5, and we've done that. We have granted people variances,
Not exactly what they want.
not exactly what they asked for, but something. Whereas in a use situation, you can't say, all right, we're gonna give you this change of use only for one unit of the 10 that you're proposing to be residential, the other 9 must be.
So,
If you fail on,
would this alter the essential character?
No, because I think there's apartments across the street and next door and stuff.
and to Dan's point, just because you find positive for one thing doesn't mean you have to approve either. You say, yeah, Dan, I love you a lot.
The large hardship has not been self-created. That's a good question as well. You can't control the topography of the land.
But is that the hardship? He's not saying the topography is the hardship. He's saying
We couldn't determine hardship.
the financial return.
But that's because of the topography. If this was a flat piece of land, he might be able to build a professional office, no problem, right? Because it's not,
Okay.
the financial investment that to build a building is not the
In
same.
that situation, he's stimulating, in that situation, if the building existed, that becomes a very important factor, not about the cost of building, the fact that I have a building that is not doing anything. See the difference?
Right, so you're saying like, that you don't have to build a building.
Right. See, but if you had a building, you would have that argument, you could play that argument and go, this could be something if you just allow a drive-through in this residential area. And people are hungry in this neighborhood.
What?
And people are hungry in this neighborhood.
In this neighborhood?
Yes.
Oh.
In this community.
At this meeting.
Oh, at this meeting.
Okay.
Take us home, Dan. You did a great job.
Do people feel like I mean, do you feel like you have an inclination on making a motion towards this use?
100%.
Yes.
100%. This is,
Now we would need to go through the criteria.
Tracy's our
with
newest
the-
participant. Tracy, do you feel you have a sufficient information here to render a judgment, or?
Can I do that, being that I wasn't at the last meeting on this? And I haven't watched it.
We have precedent,
you
right? I think,
you don't have, you can
Alexi, you were
abstain.
allowed to vote on one of these, like, I forget what it was, but you had missed the first one, like you.
I watched the
video.
minute.
I watched
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, here's the thing, you can abstain, the 3 of us can.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to,
Right. So
and
that
then
is-
allow 62 more days of
But
admissions.
even if you all voted the same.
Dan,
I could abstain.
Well, it would have to be unanimous for us to have, if you don't vote and Mark's not here, then if
We
if
need
it's
a,
2-1, we're not
right,
gonna
no,
have a quorum.
right.
Well, you have a quorum.
No, you have a quorum, so
Oh, yeah,
you're
sorry,
right,
it's
yeah.
not gonna pass because we
Right,
didn't.
Right, but that's okay, that's the point of, we're allowed to, we have enough people here to make a decision. The 3 of us. All right.
Hold up, though, if we vote in the negative,
Mhm.
and it's 2-1, what does that mean?
Doesn't carry.
It doesn't matter.
Either
right?
motion,
So
if you
nothing
don't have
happens.
at least 3 votes, it won't carry.
So the only time it has to be unanimous then is if we wanted to approve it, otherwise it's going to pass.
No.
No.
If you
All 3 of us
put a
deny,
motion
we're
to
good.
approve,
Yeah.
and you only have 2 votes to approve,
Not gonna,
that fails. If you have a motion to deny it,
It's denied.
and you only have 2 votes, that fails.
Right. If you're all for one and all,
and then you.
nothing at
and
all.
then what happens then? The failure of a denial.
Well,
It does that, does a failure
maybe you
of
would
denial
straw
mean an
poll it
approval?
first, so you don't get into that situation, but.
But if we all deny, it's denied.
Yes.
Yes, if you all vote, if you have 3 votes, one way or the other,
So why,
you carry a motion.
why,
Well, vote and see where we're in the win.
wait, why are you asking that question? That's what voting is.
Well, I'm aware, but, so, what,
You wanna know, like,
So-
do we have to do this again?
Well, I
Probably.
can tell you that
I wanna know
I-
what would happen if it was 2-1
Yeah.
for denying it.
you didn't take an action, and 62 days expires, and it's a default approval. So, I mean, I'm not the attorney, I think that something like that should go to the attorney, but if it wasn't the ZBA and it was a planning board or something like that, if you couldn't carry a motion and 62 days runs out, if to default approval on the application.
Don't you realize why Mark's not here and Tracy wasn't here last time?
But you could re-vote on it if you want to. If it doesn't carry.
I'm not sure.
Right.
And then now we're into
So let's do a straw.
legal waters.
Right, so
Deny. Failed to meet burden of proof.
so should we go through the
Wait,
criteria?
where's her straw? Oh, thanks, okay. You got a straw?
I'm with you.
Okay, good. Make a motion.
So well then, I think we should go through you need to go through the criteria.
You need to make your findings. You absolutely make.
We keep, we're ready, sir.
Okay, I'm ready.
So. I'm reading through. So for the applicant demonstrating that for each and every permitted use under the zoning regulations for this particular district where the property is located, has the applicant demonstrated they cannot realize a reasonable return, providing the lack of return is substantial, as demonstrated by competent financial evidence? I say no.
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 Do you want to expand on that?
I say no because we don't have, I think, competent financial evidence to make that determination. The only financial evidence we've been provided is directly from the applicant with no referencing or sources or
Professional opinions.
professional opinions.
Not to mention, we are assessing based on all that was submitted for this application, not what they're claiming they've changed in the meeting.
Next criteria.
No prior submission.
Next criteria.
Is the alleged hardship related to the property in question, is it unique, and does it not apply to a substantial portion of the district or neighborhood? I would say no again, it is not.
It didn't exist there.
There are other properties in the neighborhood.
Correct, like there's a property in the same district, right up the road, that is in the same situation, so therefore the hardship is not unique.
Okay, next.
The requested use variance, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. I don't believe it will.
It would not alter.
There are apartments on both sides, or homes, residential, on both sides of the street within a close vicinity.
Surrounding it, actually.
And finally, the alleged hardship has not been self-created. In this sense, I would say because there's no building there, and he has the option to not build a building, I would say this is self-created.
Agreed.
Good. Okay, excellent job.
I don't like doing it.
What's that?
I don't like doing it. That there's not a building there, and because the whole point is to build the building. Just that the hardship is, his hardship that he's doing is financial, and he hasn't proven.
What did I?
hardship.
That's the more
That
strong
is
argument.
Strong
to not.
argument that
It
you
is,
don't build a
but-
building, doesn't.
Yeah, but we've already established that this is not gonna pass based on that lack of financial evidence.
Well,
But the hardship is not self-created.
to,
That
but
is
you're saying
because
it
he
was
prefers
self-created,
to
and Tracy's saying
build a
it's not,
residential
she's
property that
she's
makes
trying to
more
work it
money for him, it's more
But we
return
couldn't
than to
validate that.
keep the
You're right, but we couldn't validate that. He didn't give us good financial, that would have
But
been,
that's what his chart is, so it is.
Can we just repeat number 4 again? The answer is yes, because why?
I'm not voting.
The alleged hardship is self-created because he wants to build residential, because he says that it'll provide him a reasonable return, but he has not demonstrated that is actually the case.
it kind of links back to the other prong,
I just hope that we're not relying too heavily upon
what he submitted,
the financial evidence.
or what he
Yeah.
didn't submit.
Okay,
So the alleged hardship has not
Well, he has it also shown
self-created, so that's,
that they tried to sell it to
But
somebody
it
else,
just
or then
won't bring a
anyone
real-
else.
no, we believe it has been self.
Mhm.
We believe
Yes,
the
his
alleged
desire.
hardship has been
That's
self.
been self-created. He also hasn't shown, it's been up for sale for years
That's what
and
I was saying.
nobody's gone
For
in.
Have the owner come in, for 25 years I've tried to sell this, I can't. And if
Yeah.
it-
But, you know, they also don't know
And so,
If they ask the question, the alleged hardship has been self-created, you could answer yes or no.
You could.
I'm confused. The alleged hardship has not been self-created. Is that a yes?
that's a, the alleged hardship has not been self-created, we're saying it's no.
It's
No, it's meaning, saying, by saying no, it
It's a
means
double
you
negative,
created
so
your,
therefore it
you
is
created
self-act.
this.
You're referencing him as a layman. He sat here
Professional.
in the meeting. That's
Maybe
exactly.
you can't say he's a layman for his financials and then professional for his.
As far as meeting the criteria and going for a zoning, yes, what we're asking for is professional
said no, it
opinions
would
and
not-
reports in regards
said
to
no,
the
it would not.
financials, and he
It would-
didn't,
it
he
would
didn't do that.
not alter
He
the
gave us
essential
numbers
character.
plugged into a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
There was no factual information
So that's
provided for
yes,
that for
right.
justification of any of
Yes.
that.
Yes. it
Show
was.
us what the rents
Right.
are, show us what this is. He didn't do any of that.
So, now, there's a second point here, right? The Board of Appeals in the granting of use variances shall grant the minimum variance that shall deem necessary and adequate to address the unnecessary hardship approved by the applicant. And at the same time, preserve and protect the character of the neighborhood and the health and safety and welfare of the community. But we're not granting the variance, I don't know how that applies.
Because sometimes you could have mixed use, right? And for example, maybe the applicant is saying, I am a restaurant, I'm trying to, right? And
I just don't know what to say for number
So I think that number 2 really applies to an area variance.
Yeah, right, exactly.
And it may not apply to a use
I don't
variance.
believe it does.
I think staff might change that word. I think I might have changed
Yes,
that
of course.
word. But,
So- So for the criteria which the validate, I make a motion to deny the request for a use variance.
do you have to make a motion to vote, or have to
The
make,
change.
wait, what do we have to do? We have to make a motion to vote? How do we close?
Personally, I only have 4 criteria. Aren't there 5? Or are you skipping one?
2, 3,
There's 4 on use, 5 on a,
Oh, there's only 4 on the use variance?
A, B, C, and D.
A, B, C, and D.
Right, for area, there's 5. but for
Okay.
use,
I just want to make sure I didn't miss number 5.
Nope,
Okay.
all good.
So now you did the criteria, but that doesn't count as a vote.
right, so now we were asking, we'd like to vote.
Yeah,
Do we have
so
to make a
now- now
motion
I
to
made-
vote?
So, yeah,
Yeah.
now you made a motion.
Now I've made a motion.
So
That's
Dan,
perfect.
you're making you're moving to,
I'm making a motion to deny the change of use.
the use variance.
That's
In regards to
That's it.
Village Code, Section 250-17A,
we know that.
proposed apartment building.
Cindy will fill all that part in.
okay. So
Okay, anybody want a second?
I second.
Okay, good, all in favor? Aye. Are you voting or abstaining?
Motion.
She's gonna abstain.
She's abstaining because she
okay.
didn't
Yeah,
watch the
fair.
video.
So
Okay,
it's 3. Okay, thank you.
yep.
thank you. And then we have to make a motion to
So,
close.
I just have a
Yes,
question.
yeah.
What do we do with, even though we didn't hear it tonight? we
They're
had
disposed by virtue of, I
The
mean,
second part,
It's,
where the area.
it doesn't
variance-
apply.
doesn't apply, they're disposed.
So I don't have to put anything on the record?
I don't
then?
think so, right?
You would just say, I mean,
I would just-
In reference to the variance for change of use having been denied, the
the balance of the
additional,
application is
the additional
Moved.
variances
moved.
in regards
Use
to,
variance is denied, area variances
No longer
are moved.
required.
Yeah, balance of the application is deemed moot by fails.
hey, I know you're gearing to get out of here. I just wanted to let you know that Tennessee took the first round pick with Miami coordinator Cam Ward.
This record's
That
coming
one I
out.
know.
Somebody wanna show me?
Yeah, but-
Giants draft Abdul Carter.
Really?
yeah.
The Giants?
Guys, we have to close the
That's
hearing.
good.
Need a motion to
Yeah.
close
Make a
the
motion to
hearing?
close the hearing.
All right,
I second that notion.
okay, thank you very much. We're all done, right? We can turn